Well, here we go, everyone. You wanted to learn how to do a Limoges box, and this is going to be a Hermes Limoges box by designed by Kate Dickerson. And we have a, small piece cording for the top already made. We're going to need mat board and foam core, and this is cardstock. I believe it's 80 pound. Well, it's cardstock. You can also use poster board, but nothing thicker than that. I am using ultra suede on the interior and the bottoms and for the lid. So you need 3 pieces for all of the rounds. The inside of the lid that's going to face down, the bottom of the piece, and for the interior lining piece. Then we only need 1 band for the sides. And what else can I think of? There will be glue, which will be mentioned along the way. And what else? Curved needles, finger grips, pins. So let's just jump in with this. Well, this is a supplemental addition to the Limoges box video. Uh, we, I had a bit of a problem. This video is all done and I was ready to put it out to you, and I wanted to finish this one first because I thought I had enough time to be able to post them both at the same time. But then I had an issue with this box. And typically, the reason I added this supplement is because this particular design by Kate Dickerson comes with a different top than what normally would come with. This came with a funda scully top. And so I had to make some adjustments. And I didn't really have the problem with this one that I had with this one because, and here's the difference. This lid, okay, it does not have the gutters that come in the funda scully lid, which you will see in the upcoming video. It's made of a thicker metal. It has a drop down that encompasses the entire lid area. And so the other lids, hinges that come with Kate's boxes, and probably a few others because it's more readily available funda, and I think Julia's designs, the little house ones, they come with a thicker lid and their hinges look like this, whereas the other hinges will look like this. And so you can see the thickness difference. So you are going to find that you have to be really careful with the thinner because you don't have the same kind of lip to hide all your mechanics. And so what happened is I used one of my favorite, sorry, I cleaned up since you've seen me use these. If you have this lid, the thinner lid, do not use these. I didn't have this problem until recently, and then it dawned on me after I had this issue with this box that it's all my own fault because I started to use these clamps on the thinner lids, the thinner metal, and they just can't take the kind of pressure that these exert. And probably probably my own fault for over clamping them, trying to have such a good, not a good, but a better pressure than what I used to use, which is pretty low tech compared to these. And I'll show you. So in the future, if you have this style versus this, I would still do the lid first, because it's, if you do the lid first and then you put it on the bottom second, or if you do the bottom first, then you have to do the gluing of the main of the top over the top of a finished piece. So you're taking a chance, unless you put like a plastic baggie over the top of it, you're taking a chance of getting glue onto a piece that you've already done. So, and it's just kind of a lot more awkward to have this on the bottom and dealing with the top part. And so I still advise you do it the same way as what I'm about to show you. Sorry, I have a little lid because I had to use a different camera angle. So I would still do the top first, but I want you to do the top first, set it off to the side, make sure that the overhang of this little piece, the clasp, is offset so that it's nice and flat. And when I mean offset, I mean by putting it over the edge. Okay, so because you don't want this clasp to be the first thing that hits, because then this isn't laying flat. Okay, it's raised up a little bit. So hang the clasp over the edge, put your lid on it. Now, here's the other thing. With the thinner lid, you have to use, I used mat board on this, which you'll see in the second video, to cover the fabric. You then put the fabric covered piece. I put a few spots of glue on here just to hold that fabric covered piece where I want it. And this will make more sense to you once you watch the entire video, because the funda has a little spot that you put it down into. So this is from a piece of packaging that's really thick, but it's the same thickness as poster board. So when you do this, you're gonna cover this piece with fabric. You're gonna set it on, and you'll see same way to measure it as I did it in the video that you will see for the square. I know that this is a supplemental video for this as well, but you need to watch the second video, the rectangular video, to make sure you know how to put this style lid on. Okay, so you put this fabric covered piece, which is this, on first. Okay, then you take your piece that just has the needle point, doesn't have this cording on it yet. Okay, then you glue that on. And the reason I'm saying that is this mat board is just too thick, and it'll keep your needle point raised up enough where you have to start using a thicker cording to hide your mechanics. And this is applicable when you're doing the Hermes or the Kate Dickersons, any design that uses the thinner. just do yourself the favor and use the poster board, not the mat board, like I said in the rectangular video. Okay, then once you get this all glued on, okay, you've let your fabric covered piece get tacked on there so you know it's nice and centered. Then you glue this part on and you go, okay, that's exactly where I want it. Then instead of using these, you're going to take a larger piece of mat board or a piece of foam core, and you're going to set it. This is our low-tech way to get the pressure on. So everything's all set. We have it all set. Our glue is on there. We know exactly where we want it. It's ready for compressing. You're going to put this on top. Okay? It's about as low-tech as you can get. Okay? And you're just going to set this on. You're going to have to kind of find a, there. Okay? And this will keep the pressure on it. Set this on it, you know, someplace off the table so that you can keep working on your other piece. And let that sit with the Fabri-Tac glue that you'll be using, or that I use. I want you to let it sit overnight so it's good and cured. It's not lifting and raising, lifting and raising. So this is a next morning thing. So do one piece, set it off to the side, let it cure. The only reason I was able to remove this was because it was later in that afternoon and I was able to get it off before it had fully cured. And so I was able to just gently pop it up. And how did I do that? Just in case you ever have to do it, one way that you can attempt to do it is to hold your iron, no steam, above it so that it warms the glue that's underneath a little bit, and then take your butter knife or a flat edge. I have my really skinny one, and I just put it like so. The lid's open. If you need to pry this off, I put it in like this. I gave it a little heat. Again, don't touch the metal. Just to warm it just a little bit, and I just gently slid this in. Worst case scenario, you have to really put some welly behind it to pop it off. You'll probably have to replace your lining. I mean, obviously it is feasible. Now I'm going to show you what happens when you use these. Okay? This is what happens. You can't really see it. It won't close anymore. What it did is it sat beautifully on the box, okay? But you can barely shut it because what happened was where I put the clamps on it, it bent it, it compressed it on the ends, which then bound your hinge. Well, why did it not do it on this one then? Well, it has a different hinge. It's thicker metal. This is contingent on not having this bend at all. And, you know, it bends. Why didn't it do it when you watch the other video? Why didn't it do it when I did the lid? Because when I put the clamps on it, I had two pieces sandwiching it that didn't bend and kept it flat. Okay, that is why. So I didn't discover this, and I didn't. So then what happened is at the end of the video, which you will see, you can see I was able to put it down, and just by compressing the ends of the top, it allowed it to shut. And I was like, oh yeah, it's good, it's great, it's shut. No. What ended up happening was I came back and I was like, I opened it up again, not recording. And then I was double checking that it actually was going to hold down. And I went to shut it, and it shut, but it just didn't feel like if somebody opened it and closed it and opened it and closed it and really used this as a treasure box more than just a cute little box that sat on the side, that eventually there was going to be a problem. And because it wasn't really latching well, the first thing that I attempted, don't do this. Don't do this. And I have done this in the past. And I'm telling you this as a word of warning because I mention it at the end of the video that sometimes I've had to bend the clasp a little bit. But because I pushed it with my fingers and it bent it down, it felt like it rectified it, for lack of a better word. But I have taken this when it was on the box. It's like this. And just putting a piece of tape over it, tapped it, bent this for just a smidge, and it would close perfectly. Yeah. So it wouldn't do that. So of course then this thing is done. It is my last one. I'm going to make this work. Apparently I really needed to learn a lesson in don't do that. That doesn't work. And I'm passing it on to you because I don't want you to have the same thing pop into your head and do it. Ultimately, this is bound a lot more than what I did because I kind of was trying to test to see how much it would bend and how much of an effort that it took to make this bottom plate bend. And then I was trying to bend it back and see, because now it's just trash. And I had to, you know, I was going to have to replace the top anyway. So, and again, it's all my own OCD as far as that box shut. But I wasn't going to let it go out to a customer and have it fail in the future. So this is why we are where we are and why the videos weren't put out on time. So we are looking at a definite teaching moment. But what I did was that ultimately took it off in an attempt to gently bend it forward a little bit further is when it popped off, because I had it like this and I was trying to pull it forward a little. Off it came. So then immediately the butter knife comes out because it hadn't been 24 hours of curing and I didn't have to steam it or any of that happy stuff. And so I was able to pull it out, pop that off, and not quite easily, but luckily easily enough. And Kate Dickerson graciously, thankfully, she lives near me, even though she's overseas right now in France. I got a hold of her and said, I broke it. It's my fault. Could I please get another? And so I went down. Her manager left me one outside, and I paid the money for a new lid. Uh, Nobody's fault but my own. It's not the lid's fault that this failed. It's my fault. So one of the things that you need to hopefully get from this is that it's not that it doesn't work with this um, hinge. It's all about how you apply the pressure to make sure that your hinge and your glue and your needlepoint and the fabric that it's sitting on makes a good connection. Because I've done these for years, and I never had this problem. But when I switched to the clamps, and that's when the aha moment happened, was later on when I was thinking about it and why was this binding, and it was all my own fault. So by using the clamps, by upgrading how I made the contact. So once this is all glued on, oh lovely, beautiful, we're all set, we have our lid on. Well, how do we attach it to this? Same exact way. You're just going to put your glue in the well. You got to keep it a little thinner though, and don't get it too close to your edge. You're going to put more glue in the overhang area. Again, you don't want jelly squirting out the edge of your PB&J sandwich, but you need to have enough there that it's going to adhere. So a few tips. So you have your glue, and you've now put it on. And I'm doing this so that it looks right. Okay. I know that this adheres correctly. One of the things I like to do when I put these on is on the interior, I like to keep the lid up when I'm gluing this down, because I want to make sure that it's centered and you can't see any of the that all the edges are covered, right? Because this interior does not have the well like the funda scullies, where it has the piece that comes down and totally encapsulates. So I like to make sure that if I need to kind of tuck any of this lining up in now, I grab my dowel needle and I just, with the blunt end, I kind of push up the lining now. And then I like to sit and just hold it for a minute while it cures. For just give it, sit for 5 minutes, 10 minutes, let it dry, and hold it down with your fingers, so that when you pull your hand away, this box lid isn't going to flip off. And now you've just ruined, that curing that you've already had started. Okay, so just let it sit for a few minutes. Okay, then for your overnight, right? Okay, it's fine, it's sticking. Going to have this on it, so it's going to, the top on it, so it is going to be heavier, and it, that's why I said you don't want it to pop off. Is, where'd my little piece of mat board go? I have a piece of mat board that is, obviously smaller than this. This is just for, you put it on to make sure it's not going to scar. your brick's not going to scar. And set it on like that. Okay? It's right, like I said. Here, I'll use this piece because it's a little bit thinner. I don't have any cut because I really wasn't prepared, but I'm trying to get this supplement ready for something else. Okay? And you're just going to set it on like this. Okay? This is how I used to do it before the clamps. So if you have the thinner lid, okay, again, it's not that it's bad, it's just that you can't use the clamps on it that I usually use. Okay, and this is how you do it. Thinner poster board for the material and for the top for this. Okay, so that you don't have too big of a lifting it too high up so that you have less mechanics to cover. When you need to apply pressure, use a brick. I would say, oh, just don't give it as much welly and use it. No. Don't take the chance. Don't take the chance that you have happen what I had happen. Okay? Like I said, it didn't happen with when I put the top on because I had two pieces that, as you'll see in the video, that it sandwiched together without it bending. It's when I went to put it on the box that it did compression in different areas, made it uneven. So just, if you have this style, don't use them. Okay? Just don't use these clamps. Save yourself a lot of, because it was very upsetting. And this is why I say one shot. You don't want to have to try to redo this. It's not worth it. It's not worth the stress and the potential to having to send it back in. Trying to find this, I was very blessed that I was able to get a hold of Kate, so it wasn't, 2 weeks out waiting for something to come. Or I mean, you can find these online, but I didn't want to take a chance. I want to make sure that it's the right size and it's everything that I needed. Okay, so the supplemental video will be a little different in the second video because I shot it. I'm having issues with this camera, so I'm actually going to be videotaping that being put into this box, but just in case somebody didn't want to watch the second video, I wanted to make sure there was enough information in this one to have them not make the same mistake. So please watch this video even though you're doing this box, because if you're doing this particular style, this particular canvas, you're going to want to watch it because it has this style lid. Even though it's round, obviously, it is this style where there is no extra piece to, you'll see. It's coming. You'll see. All right. Sorry for the delay, and if you have any questions, you can message me. You can find my information at the top, links in my YouTube channel or at the header. All right, thank you very much, and good luck with this box. It's a challenge. The very first thing I want to discuss with you is the size. I want you to see that there's only 4 stitches left on this side, because as I've said in some of my posts about why I'm concerned about doing these or showing you a video on it, is because of you get one shot at these. And because once you cut your canvas, you've committed. And unfortunately, I had cut this canvas because I thought, yeah, this fits. I know it fits. Yeah, no. What happened was I took my measurements, and this is how I measure to make sure. I mean, I can Google how much of a circumference, it takes to go around this size circle. But what I do is I do an initial measurement by putting my cloth tape on the interior. Okay, it's still popping up because it hits that side. And it's telling me 9.5. So when I measured this is the original stitch line there, and I added 4 there. It only came to 9 1/8. That's a huge difference. Actually 9 1/8. And it needs to be 9.5. So we had to add rows on the sides for more stitching. And this is where measuring before you get rid of your waste canvas is imperative. And here's why. So at some point, so this is a Kate Dickerson design. I noticed when I measured this is a funda scully lid. This lid doesn't go with this design. Kate has her own lids that she does for her designs. So at some point, either the piece was lost at the shop, the customer lost the lid piece, and was replaced with a funda scully lid. I'm was really not happy because number one rule, measure before you do this. Never make the assumptions. The funda scully lids are specially made for them, and there are some very big differences in these versus the ones that Kate supplies. And so this tutorial, I'll talk about the differences between the lids as I do it, because I don't want you to think, oh, this is how you do this design. You have to pay attention to the designs of the lid. Specifically, the funda scully lids have a lip, an extra lip on the interior that encases the lining and the body, the needlepoint, and what we use to put in the needlepoint. So you have less than 1/4 of an inch to squeeze in there. So you can't make your waste canvas, and if you overstitch, which it doesn't usually matter vertically, it matters horizontally because of the seams, and if you overstitch it, then it's going to be really thick. It does matter if you overstitch the top, like say you added 2 rows to this. Don't do that on these. What matters is not stitching so much that when you sew the ends together, you end up with this really thick seam because you have overstitched it so severely, because it will make a difference on the interior. You need to almost have it like exact for what it is needed. This is we're going to be folding the waist canvas over, not the needlepoint. We're not going to wrap it around like we do in ornaments and have this ultimately disappear. Now this is going to disappear because this brown, because of how deep set the Funda Scully ones are. The ones that Kate provides are not as deep on the sides as this particular lid. The last one that I did with this was actually a little difficult because it isn't as deep. It doesn't allow for undulating on the top, or so you really do have to take that first stitch and roll it up if you're using the not as deep version. I love this Funda Scully lids because they do have this deep onset, so you can really get it down on there. And I also love the fact that, so this is the top piece here that's going to have the H in it, right? Well, on this, there's a little inset ledge here that we're going to cut a perfect round on, and we're going to put our material piece, and it'll sit right down in there. So everything fits really nice and snugly in here. But again, because this wasn't designed for this lid, we are going to be pushing the gamut of having this fit within this. We do not have a lot of play. So sorry about the throat clearing. So it's going to be a challenge. Now I marked which way is up. I always do that on canvases to make sure I don't flip it, especially this design. It being an H, it might not matter, but I do it just to make sure I always know which way is up. So these are the reasons why you need to measure before you cut your waist canvas off. I still might not have added enough for the way I do it now, because I changed how I do this kind of because of this problem, but I'd rather have to maybe have it be extremely snug than to have a gap between the needle point and the edge. So I want to show you another way, if you do not have a tape measure, to be able to measure your top and how big you're going to want to make it. So this is a piece of the cardstock that I have, and we're just going to kind of curl it with our fingers. Please use a square to make sure that you're getting it. Now obviously this isn't as deep as this. I don't need it to be as deep as that. I just need to be able to measure this correctly, and it's extra long compared to this, and there's a reason why for that too. So I'm going to just kind of curl it with my fingers and get it a little bit round, and I really want to pull it around. Okay, and push down so it's sitting nicely down in here, and I can kind of push this so it is hitting all the edges, right? You can see that it's really in there well. And I'm going to take, inevitably, I have the tool in the wrong place. All right, so I'm going to hold that down. And on the inside, do I want to do it on the inside? No, I want to do it on the outside. Okay, so I can see where that meets. Okay, and the reason I want it nice and square is because then I know this is going to be, this doesn't have a lot of wall up the side to make sure it's square, but I can see by the top and the bottom lining up that that's going to be squared. So then when I let it go, I know that that's how long it needs to be, just inside there, because don't include your pencil line. Oops, got my ruler the wrong way. Okay, and it's just under 9.5. So I should be good because I'm just over 9.5. It's, when I sew this on the machine, it's going to take 1 stitch. It's going to take 1 stitch on this side. And like I said, I'd rather have to put it back on and come in a little bit on my stitches on the machine, sewing machine, and make it tighter than to worry about I don't have enough. So we can play with that when we get to that point. So now that we know we have enough stitches, we have our lid, I like to start with the top first, because this panel takes a very, very long time, and that allows this glue, because I'm going to do this, I'm going to glue it, and it gives it the time to start setting, which of course means I need to pull these out as well. Told you I wouldn't remember to grab everything. All right. So the lid is, I'm gonna try to use the foam core because I'd like to have a little, I don't want it to be too thin. I want it to kind of set up a little bit, have a little nice arch to it without having to add any padding. Like I said, I'm pushing it with this lid fitting in here because it's not one that's supposed to be in here. So this fits in nicely. I have a little bit of wiggle room in there. So I'm taking my template. Oops. I peeled a drip of glue off of there, and now I got a little scotch mark divot. Let me move that. Grab this. Let's see if how old is that blade? How many times have I used it? Okay, and we're just gonna pull in from the side. Pretty sure I should come into the inside of the... Now, hold on. I want to show you. The reason I know it's also okay is it does have a little overhang all the way around for that. Okay. Getting uneven here. Okay, push that down a little. come on to this side. Kind of chop into it like that. I can tell that my blade is saying, ah, you're older than I thought you were. So this is the 1/8 inch foam core, but for the bottom pieces, the interior and the exterior bottom, I will be using 1/4 inch because I'm going to want that circle to help hold the shape. And with it a little bit thicker, it just gives it a little bit more, pushing it down, smoothing it with my fingers. Just gives it a more polished look. And here we go. It's kind of an in and out cloud day here today, so sorry if it gets bright and then dark and bright. Again. When you are dealing with a circle, you want it to have a nice round smoothness. Your darts need to be a little closer together, the smaller the circle. I can still see where my top is because of my little lines. All my tiny little schniblets of canvas. I still want to roll this canvas under. I don't want to see white. I don't want to have to cover, I want to cover up as little amount of mechanics as possible. Okay. All right. Nope. Nope. Okay. I'll take it in a little bit more because of the... If I had used a piece of mat board, it would have been thin enough. But I don't want a flat top on this. And no, I don't have templates that are in increments of 30 seconds, I would guess that is. So I just kind of eyeball it. And yes, it means I need to come around and shave off little bits. Not gonna shave off a lot, is it? Because I compressed it and my blade is not catching that top layer of board. Okay. A little wonky, but it'll look round when it goes in. Okay. Glue gun. You know what? To roll over the edge. We'll finger press it to ensure that you get the majority of the white waste canvas over. I don't know, I just find it a little easier to handle when it is. Okay. All right. Might as well start at the top. I actually have to stop in a second and put some hand lotion on because this hot glue and touching the fibers just sucks the moisture right out of your hands. And I've been doing so much of it lately. My skin is starting to crack. We're going to use the stretchy nature of the weave of the needle point to really pull that around. I do not like being able to see that, especially when you have a dark color. People have said, oh, well, I put a little, I just take a Sharpie and no Sharpies. That should cover. I don't like it, but I don't want to take it any smaller because I don't want to take the chance, since this lid is not necessarily meant for this design. Now, if you decide you're not going to finish this for yourself, and you're just watching this to see how I do it, if you take nothing else away from it, do yourself the favor of measuring to make sure that you have plenty of stitches, because when you're doing a beautiful background stitch, it's hard to emulate those stitches. It's just like with finishing, it always looks nicer and goes together better when it's the first time around. And, you know, not just gonna, who wants to see, you know, basket weave on the back of something that they, you know, had to add stitches to because you didn't know that the lid didn't go with that design, or that potentially, oh, this looked close enough, and next thing you know, you get one back and it doesn't look quite how you planned on it. Okay. I'm bending my edges down a little bit, like I always do. And why is that? Well, this has got quite the sunken nature, and I want it to go down in a little bit if I can. I think this is actually going to fit in there quite perfectly. Little gap. I can see a little gap, so we definitely need our cording on. Definitely. And it's going to be raised up just a tiniest of bits because of our centerpiece. That's next. So what I had, what did I do with it? Right, so this is the piece of fabric I'm using for the lid. All right, hold on. I did something with my lid piece. Hold on. Okay, so this is my lid piece of mat board, and it does have a little curve to it. And we're just going to, this is the top. It has the little extra drop down ring in it. And oof. Mechanical pencil, and we trace the inside like so. Now, there is about an 1/8 inch drop. And it just barely hangs on that piece of material. But if you don't make this inset, there will be a gap between this and where you're going to have a gap between the bottom here, right? And where, here, I'll show you. Okay. So we take that and we take that like that. There is that 30-second gap. You'll see the gold gap when you go to put the lid on the top piece, needlepoint. Now I'm probably making this a little thicker. Yeah, you can see how far I traveled out as I make it closer to where I started. So when I cut this, I'm going to cut to the inside. Now, that's my fabric there. You know, I'm terrible about it. I do not have a true fabric pair and true other pair. I hate mat board. I hate using it because it is such a pain. So I kind of chop at it and try to keep my curve. Chop. Cutting it with an X-Acto is such a pain. The wonky edge will be hidden. Don't worry. Okay. I wonder why I have arthritis in my hands. Actually, I don't, but I don't wonder. I know exactly why I have it. Number 1 is blocking. Number 2 is cording. Okay, so let's see if it fits. Almost. Wow, that's snug. That lip over there. It's not hitting as well because that side there. See the tiniest light of day. Okay. Uh-huh. All right. So that's how it sits down in. Jeez, I'm trying to open it the wrong way. Brilliant. Okay. I think I'm going to take a little edge. There. Okay. Now, here is our first gluing opportunity. So that's the right side. So I'm going to put that down like that. And I'm going to be taking the 3M spray adhesive, and I'm going to be spraying the back side of this. Because I'm going to literally stick this right to it and then trim the edge. So I will be right back because I have to do this outside because it stinks. Alright, I don't know if I can catch the light so that you can see that it's on there or not, but it's on there. And I give it a second to dry a little bit because it stays tacky. I'm just going to put it right down on there. I'm going to flip it over. Make sure it's nice and smooth. It's always wonderful to flip it over and see that some goober from when you steamed it or whatever is now flawed your material. But the nice thing about this is you can peel it off and replace it with another one. Okay, I gotta de-gunk my hand because I accidentally caught the wind and it went all over my hand. Okay, so take this. We're going to cut right along the edge. Now the wonderful, typically what I would do is I would wrap it right up around. But because this is ultra suede and it's not going to fray or anything, I am afforded a little more leverage. But typically I cut this to that circle just a little beyond, then wrap it all around and it would sink right down in. But in a very nice way, because I am using this ultra suede, it won't be as thick on the back side, wrapping it up and darting it and doing all of that good stuff. But you'll find that you're going to have to accommodate for the thickness of wrapping it up and around with other materials. Oh, yeah, it's not going to fit quite as snug because of the material, but very nice. Okay. And no, I am not going to be gluing this down, putting glue down in that gutter. I won't need to, because this, we're going to put the glue up around this edge to hold this in place, so we won't have and taking any chances of any glue squirting out like ketchup on a hamburger and just that's all, you know, part of the issue with. Now, one of the things I do want to do is I like to see, okay, because this has a direction, okay, if you go opposite it's going to, see, I think I can, yeah, there you can see it. So this is down, so when this is open I want that to be down, correct, correct, so top. Okay, now let's see here. Let's see how high this is now. Okay, so what happens when you put that on, and what I was talking about prior to this is accommodating the height, is you can see right down in there. Okay? You can see it. So when you glue this on, now the nice thing is I can actually take this edge and push it. Because we've beveled that edge, and we can bend that right down in. I don't know if we can kind of see that. So that it squeezes kind of down in. Top is here. There we go. Okay. So you know what I'm going to do? Something that I don't always do. And that is this trick that I use on my coasters when I have a leather bottom is, or a pleather bottom, if you want to call it that, because it's more of a vinyl than, or a composite leather, and when you sew through it, it can tend to be not forgiving to sewing, and so to put a cording on it, you have to sew into the needle point and not into the rest. I also do it on the video with the candy cane. So we're just going to do this right now and be done. Because then what happens is, if you put this on now and glue it all down, then you come back in and you sew your cording in after, and after your glue has set, and you're manipulating and you're pulling to try to marry these two pieces together, why take the chance of weakening a stress point for glue? It's just, let's just negate that altogether. Gee, do I have enough to do this? Well, I guess we'll see, won't we? Right. Putting a knot in the end of my fishing line. And then let's hope this sets it and doesn't unfurl it. Putting just a little dab of glue so it doesn't pull through. Gives it a nice little anchor. So what I'm going to do is take this, and for the purpose I'm just holding it there while I go around. I might pop that off when I go to marry them. All right. We're going to pull this right up on the edge. And start the stitching. Now we know this is going to go the edge is going to kind of go down in, and then by sewing this on now, we're able to have it sit right down and be really, really nice on there. Which one do I want to take it to? I think I want to take it to that one and give myself a little extra. Come on, I'll get it started. Give me a tick. There. Okay. Pull that back. It's not as easy because there's no gutter to leave it, let it sit on and hold it in place for us, but it is doable. And you want to do this twisting it as you go because it will naturally untwist. When you sew cording on as you're going around, it just kind of naturally does it. So you just keep twirling it so that all of these sections stay the same length apart. Don't over twist it too tight because then you'll have one part that's really loose and then one part that's really tight. You gotta keep your consistency. Yep. Not too deep. Okay. Don't worry if it starts looking like it's too far down here. That rim is going to push it right back up again. I usually hold this up against myself, so I'm kind of going against. And so the cording's usually able to kind of fall, and I twist it a little easier. And never worry about having, bumps in your canvas as you're going along and your needle's coming up through. By the time you go around to the other side, your hand will kind of naturally put it back down and put it back into the flattening to see what I mean by the bump, Okay. Twisting. You may have the notion that you want to just glue the cording to the lid. Personally, I don't like that because anything that's going to be handled a lot, I think it needs that extra security of being sewn on. Yes, would it be easier to just and put it on? Yep. But this won't have a lot of area for the glue to grip. The cording wouldn't on that tiny lip. And to have it last over time, I would advise that you sew the cording on. I just, for longevity's sake, for the work that you're putting into this, don't take the chance. Ooh, oh, getting this all caught up all over myself. All right. There are only a couple times where I'm doing hand sewing on this, which is the bottom and the top. And this is 6 strands each of, I have it on here somewhere. Vineyard silk. Cording is interesting. Everything compresses at a different rate. So 6 strands of pearl each would lead to a thinner cord. So you think, oh yeah, 6 strand, that's what I want. And then you get it, the vineyard silk done, you go, it's a little thicker than I thought it was going to be. Sometimes you do the thickness of your cord on how much of a gutter you have to hide. And not necessarily on your preference, especially on something like this. When you have a lid that doesn't necessarily go with the design, you have to kind of punt, find ways to hide the issues that you're having. And you could say, well, why didn't you just contact and get the correct one? The amount of time that could potentially take when we could just roll with the punch and have a make it work moment. I'd rather have it done and back to the customer than to wait around hoping that we get it soon. I'm sure you guys concur with that. Okay. Now we want to not have it pulled so tight that it's not going to lay where we need it to lay when we get to our setting it in. Okay, because this side I can push under. It's starting to get a little taut. I don't know why that is. Just the way I'm stitching it on, I'm sure. There. I am going to knot that right there. To pull it up and out the top. Okay. Pull that. Oh no, that's fine. What we're gonna do. Just pop this guy off because I need to make sure that it's actually harder to marry off. We're gonna do it like so. I need to. And I'm going to, I think, take this one back a little bit. I don't want that big lobster looking tail on there. We're going to cut that right down, get these to hide together. Okay. So we're going to chop that there, chop that one there. That one go like that. That one like that. Actually, I think I need to push that one like there we go. That'll push up. Okay. I think we got it. Get a little glue booger on there. I think that'll work. Yep, it will. Okay. Just get this one laid down here. It will. Might take me a few minutes, but it will. Looks rather bulbous right now, but and then we pull that one back. That back just a skosh. Yep. Pull that one up. Okay. There we go. Okay. So now we have this. I want prepared. A couple of rounds for underneath. Yeah. Because I don't want my clamps to, number one, I don't want them sinking in to this piece, correct? Correct. And I also don't want them touching anything in here. I want to make sure they have a nice flat area to press against. So I'm going to take this. We know that this one fit right inside that one. Dang it, now I got to make a new template because I goobed that up with taking that glue off. It's annoying. Doesn't have to be perfect. Just needs to fit down in there. Okay. Now, I'm gonna get all this white little bits off of here. I'll make sure that it's gonna be the way I want it to be. Take that off. Now, because we're using Fabri-Tac glue. It's acid free. I've used it on these for years and years and years. I prefer this because it dries clear and I don't know, I like it better. It is a smelly glue, but I like the way it works the best. You can try out your own. Try Eileen's, do little test pieces on it, there's plenty of things out there to use. So first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to kind of check and make sure my cording sits the way I want. I'm going to see how it kind of went in there. You get up here further on the surface, please. You stay there. You definitely do not want to use hot glue because it will not hold. If you like tempting fate, okay. Then you can use whatever you like. This allows you time to move and to adjust and make sure it's the way you want it to be. And can I just say, trying to do this while videotaping it is a lot of pressure. Just saying. Because you don't always get it right the first time. And you know what? I am always concerned when I do things like this. Somebody has their radio very loud for their drive. I'm trying to look at the outside of the cording as much as I am the H, because you get one shot. Once you get it set and it's dried and you pull away the pieces and you look, the clamps, and you go, oh schnitz, that's a little off. Certain things you can fudge and certain things you can't. Now, I am feeling to make sure that this is going to connect down tight to this bottom piece, double checking, triple checking, and I know I'm going to have to go through this all over again when I do the other piece. And I just realized I need a piece for the top. Okay. This one doesn't have to sit down in. But you see, I mean, I know I'm going to have to readjust once I get it on there. But I want to fiddle with it as much now as possible without having to freak out about the glue. Okay. I am going to put glue into the gutter a little, but because this isn't made for this, and I didn't have the room to make it bigger and fold it down in and be down in that gutter, this is where we are. This is how it has to be. And this is my bottle that I usually it's the giant bottle, and I just put it, it's like my refill bottle. I don't usually use this one for this because it has a huge pointy end, whereas I have smaller ones that I put the glue into typically. Okay, that side's up. And we're going to commit to this. Put a line around the edge and put it all over the center. I want to make sure that I have as much up here as I do around that edge, because as it squeezes down, I don't want all that glue to go off into the gutter and then we don't have any up here. Okay, I am gonna run a bead. Does it mean it will hit anything? No, it does not mean that, but I am going to do it. Okay, I think that's plenty. Do I even have any over there? Oh, I do. Thank you for the clear glue that likes to make it look like it's not in there. Okay. Set it down. Gonna look at the cording. I'm trying to make sure my head isn't in the shot. Need to turn it slightly. Trying to just eyeball it, really. And as I push it down on, I'm going to shift it that way a little, that way a little. Okay. It is the proverbial hamburger bun on top of ketchup, because I can feel it just like moving underneath. All right. Gonna pop that under. Looking, looking, looking. Yeah. Now, when I put these clamps down on it, I want to make sure that it hasn't moved. Not compressing it weirdly, or doesn't look like it moved at all. I also like to do this while it's completely closed, because I don't want to bend the frame of these. The funda scullies don't seem to have that as much of a it's not as big of a problem as it is for the other, because the funda scullies are just so heavy weight, thickness, compared to the others that you get from the other designers. They're just come on, they're just a thinner weight, the off-brand. Okay, and my cording still looks good. Doesn't look like it's really moved. Okay, let's flip that around. Why am I flipping it around? Does it matter? It only matters because then I can have it stand or sit like this, or on its little feet. old glue from another project. Definitely not from this. That looks like Gorilla Glue, which I do not use. I hate that stuff. Squishes and expands, and I put glue on. I want it to be where I put it, not where it decides to invade. Okay, I'm looking to make sure everybody's happy. Looks happy. As happy as it's gonna get. Okay. Now we take this and we put it off to dry. And cap on. Okay, do a quick tidy up. Now we're going to start on the base. First thing we're going to do is I measured out, what did I say? I said it was just under 9.5, right? Now I'm going to make the mat board. Usually you do about a 1/2 inch less than what you want, because when this curves, it's going to displace within this. It's going to take up more to make something round. It's not ever as long to get the right circumference. You'll see. So the first thing, it's just like what we have to do with my lobster trap ornaments. So for right now, we're going to do the very boring part, which is scoring the mat board so it'll curve. So I'm going to take a second to tell you that not too long ago, I mean, I've always done it this way, but not too long ago, I found out that the way it is traditionally done is with metal flashing, which is a very thin metal that you put on roofing to go around your chimneys and things like that under your shingles to keep water from getting in. It's very sharp. You have to use the metal shears that I can't think of the name, tin snips, to cut it, and it's very, very sharp. And to accomplish the perfect circle, it wants to lay flat. It does not want to curve nicely, for lack of you fight it to get that perfect circle. The last way, so when I found that out, I decided to change how I did this, and with the last Hermes circle one that I did, which I had posted some pictures of, it worked. It was really a nice finish on it. The concern is that mat board is a little thicker, obviously, than the metal flashing is, a lot. And so this is where it can get dicey trying to fit it down in the Funda Scully lid. Not so much on the off-brand ones because they don't have the double wall to squeeze it into. So we're going to be very cognizant of that when we are making this. And I will tell you where traditionally what I would typically do with one of these versus what I'm doing today. Like I said, with the lid, I am, not only is this brown like the perfect color, but it affords us a little leeway with non-fraying fabric. I also just kind of think it looks really rich and lush, and but if I wanted to say use a velveteen, I can't. It would be too thick inside of that edging to be able to fit everything we need to fit in between there. I love that the Funda Scullies have the double gutter or the double rim, because then we don't have to hide as much of that top edge of the fabric. Well, you do, but you got to be able to squeeze it in there. And so therein lies your fabric choice needs to be picked very carefully. Okay, I should stop talking. Well, start cutting while I am talking. So choosing, so I am just doing little 1/8 inch. Okay, I'm not going to be very precise. I usually give 2 scores, but I can feel that my blade is not going in very far. Rough side, this happens to be a textured mat board. So I'm doing that for the interior. I mean, you won't be able to feel it through the stitching, but I'm not taking any chances. And my ruler tends to like this a little better. It doesn't slide all over the place. And I'm a little compulsive, so I mean, if you feel capable of doing it nice and even and all that happy stuff, you can go for it. But see, I can already tell I'm getting off track because I know the end of this is square. Ooh, jeez. Okay, so I have chunked the end of this a couple of times, and it will hit the plastic where I have done it in the past. It gets a little cranky, which then makes it move. It makes it crooked. And if you're rolling your eyes at me and going, Kelly, do you know there's an easier way to do that? There's a way for me to do that. I probably still wouldn't do it because I'm ridiculous that way. Once you get antiquated into a way of doing something that makes sense to you. See, almost got it again. We tend to go back to our comfort levels, whether it's wise or not. Whew, that's my way off. Sometimes I kind of lose track of where my last line was. Stop. I can feel it shifting. And I'm trying to rush, but at the same time, not so much. Man, I just keep hitting. Okay, hold on. I had to move my, I can't put my elbow up the way I normally do. You have to be careful the thickness of mat board you use, because some you'll go straight through. Now, I do have a mat cutter that I could probably use on this, but again, don't always feel like I have the control with that, but I do here. Now, I think I can get away with just bending it without I know I don't have to do the double cut, but I keep taking off the edge of that because the angle I'm starting at, I guess. I replaced my blade while I had it paused, and I just feel like it's not getting down in there as much as I would like. So I have accidentally cut through, oof, that's way out, to the other side. And I was almost done and was not losing it. So I just take a piece of clear packing tape, put it on the opposite side. Kind of reinforces it too. Nice thickness. So the other, using the tin snips and the metal, they use duct tape when they need to connect it to hold down the back seams and things. I am dangerous enough with the way I do it, let alone messing around with the metal duct, or the metal flashing. I mean, it definitely would give you a nice, very thin wall, and you don't have to do all this, but I just tend to stick with this. Tin snips aren't exactly user-friendly to my hands either. I torture them enough with this. Being dumb and cutting mat board with scissors, but trying to cut a curve on these is a joke. It's one thing if it's a straight edge. because you can just hit it with multiple hits, but eh. Oop. This is about as boring as watching me paint, I'm sure. Oh, and a little advice on turnaround time. If you are doing this to give away as a gift the next day, don't do it. You want your glue to be able to cure for minimum 24 hours, and personally I would let it sit open for at least 48, because otherwise they're going to open the lid and get a big whiff of glue. Definitely not a I give you away next day kind of gift. Oh, phone. Yep, totally thought that was off. Sorry about that. Or at least on silent vibrate mode. Okay. Doesn't bend very much. One thing we will do is take a paint can and I'm going to try to roll it. Loosen some of it. Sorry, this is what I'm doing. Okay. Open those cuts up just a little bit, but it will roll back. Because we will be using this again. Duh. So, we're going to turn this under. Once it's sewn, we're going to fold it in half. We're going to sew that. But then what we're going to do is this will get rolled under. We want to make sure that this row is sitting right on the top. Waste canvas only comes over onto this side. So we're going to keep it this width. I'm going to come along here. The ends get beveled. You can see holding here in the pinky, okay, keeps it at about the angle that I want. And I am just skimming that edge in under and beveling it out. For the most part, the big chunks should come out. You can just pull it through. You don't really need to because it should bend. I think this was a little thicker board than I usually do. Grabbed one that humbug. We'll get it there. Don't worry. This one I might have to do the double bevel on, which annoys me to no end. Oh yeah, it's barely even. Yeah, looks like that is the thicker of it. It's not a bad thing, it just makes this part a little more daunting. I don't know if you can see how there's a little extra chunks in there. We don't really want those because we want this to really curl like that. See? So we'll come through and we'll take that and really get it to do what we want it to do and have it be as smooth as possible. I am not worried about that little creasy line that you can kind of see there. It's still nice and thick. Don't worry about that. Okay. too deep there. Why do we bevel the ends? Because the two seams are going to meet and you're going to want to be able to bevel them. That's basically it. Oh my goodness, I got so many curly cues on me. All right, and we're going to bevel the top side and the bottom side. Why do I not do this before? It's harder to cut in, harder to keep your ruler straight. Keep the top edge and the bottom edge. It's just easier to see visually. Okay. Now, little bits. If you don't put them in before, what happens is it makes its own bend points and it doesn't feel smooth. And we can see what I'm talking about there. See how there's flat areas where it's not bending the way I want it to bend? And that is because this is the thicker of the mat board. Hold on. Okay, so this is a tube from my vacuum cleaner. It's the only thing I can find here that's nice and small. Okay. Now, even though you can see like little lines, as long as you go back through and make sure that they're actually bending. You know, even when you think you got it, thought for sure I had the right thickness of mat board. But see, I don't want this. See that point? No. Come through. Make sure that all of these nice and smooth. Now you're going to see how many times I went and scored it and everything, and just be really careful that you don't go through the board. Because I don't want you cutting through. It's just heavy enough. It's not relenting in certain areas. There we go. Of course, it's when I'm trying to video something that it does something like this. But it just shows you how it is. All right. I run into things all the time. Whether it's that I cut through or that something's decided to be a nudge and not do what I want it to do, I am going to end up stabbing myself with my blade. And of course I can't find my wine cork to put on it. It's like you want it rounded, but you don't want it so overworked that it isn't strong. Okay, stop touching that. Now I'm going to fold this in half and get it all pinned together so I can put it on the machine. And And I'm sure you could see that it was a little bit skewed as far as blocking. And that's because I had to come back in and add stitches. And then reblock it again with like next to no canvas. It's gonna be okay. All right, I'm gonna go sew this right down the side. All right, let's all say a little prayer or sing a little song, do a little dance, hoping everything comes out okay. I can already see that's oh no, it did. Okay. So I'm gonna kind of finger press this. Right. And I think from the last time I wanted to remember to dart this. I do not have a lot of canvas there, so I do not plan on doing darts all the way up and down. But even if so, I don't think I would. All right, I want to shred this as little as possible. Now, one of the things that I found the last time is the person had done a bunch of beadwork on the front. So I had put my hand over the beadwork to pull it through without getting a bend there. But this is a little different shape. But I'm still gonna do that, I think. I hate turning things right side out. This is why I don't. Just gotta commit to the turn and go for it, right? Right. All right. Then we have to look at it. Okay. Let's see how close we came on this. I have a feeling I'm going to have to take some of this off. I'm going to roll it smaller, right? I'm going to slide one of the edges, ends, whatever you want to say. Let's see if I can into the seam there. Now I'm kind of gonna put my hand in. Butter knife, butter knife, butter knife. Pop this up. Sorry, you don't get to witness this. I'm going to push that with my thumb. Ooh, woo, woo, woo. Yeah, I think we got it. So what I'm trying to do is to make sure to work that seam, all our waste canvas up. But there is something I am going to do before I do any gluing. Number one, I'm checking the top and the bottom. So the bottom needs, I have to be very careful with this bottom because she has stitched little bits there. So I have to turn all of these over. But I mean, I feel like that seam looks pretty flippin' awesome. I'm probably going to steam it and finger press it at some point, though. But that's pretty. It's going to look wonky, a little wonky circle-wise until we get our round pieces in the bottom and in the top. But I'm pretty happy with that. So I think, sorry, I do a lot of flipping around and looking and gonna dart this. Now, if it was me, I would afford myself one more row of brown around the bottom. I would. That's just me, but I would. Okay. Because pulling that over, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to push this up a little. Okay, so we have a little bit of a edge there. Oh, I didn't even dart all of them yet. Getting all excited here about doing this. Okay. I really wish we had just a little bit more waste canvas on those sides, but oh well. 'Tis what it is. And we're just barely rolling this over so that we do not lose that stitch, the decorative white. Need to have 2 stitches there. Just doing this so that we can slide that down and bring it over. Okay. Okay. Actually, kind of shocked at how much. I think I should have made. All right. Now, first thing I'm gonna do is make sure that I gotta shift. This one shifted a little there, there, there. First thing I'm gonna do is stick this in here. And put a little glue there. I'm pulling it as deep in so that that seam, that mat board is right against there if I can possibly get it. Okay. Same there. Okay. Okay. Looks pretty good. Okay. Pretty good. And do the same thing down here because I can see my seam is a little shifty. I think I'm gonna do the skinny side first, and I want to try to get in there as deep as possible. Gonna drop that. Okay. And yes, is that drying as I'm doing that? Yes, but you know what? That was some pretty hot glue, so I want to make sure to get that done. Let it cool for a second before I touch it. Yeah, that's always a good thing. Okay. Now we're going to do the other side. Oh. Now you need this to lay flat and smooth because you're going to be putting your lining up against it. Ay, ay, ay. Hot, hot, hot. Very good. Very, very good. Very happy with that. This time I'm going to hit the areas that I didn't hit before. I'm going to do both sides. time. Yeah. So the way I used to do it is I used to take this curled piece and glue the strips in the end, fold it all around, and hand seam it up. But I like this a lot better. It gives you a much nicer, smooth. Look at all the little schniblets all over this. It just looks so much better. Now, this is kind of where we gotta manipulate and make sure we have enough going over so that we can cover it, but not so much that we're taking away our design elements. You know, I am rather dim sometimes. So here we go. First thing, before I glued any of this stuff, should have been, is this too big? Or is it going to fit? Okay. Now, this looks really flat right now, I know. But don't you worry, I'm going to give it a quick steam and that'll back up a little bit again. All of these little itty bitty schniplet white pieces. Okay, deep breath. Oh Lord, no, 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 no. It's not gonna fit. Shit. Shinola. Cheese and crust, are you kidding me? Oh, what am I hitting? Probably need to go one more stitch in. Oh! You know, this is, you know. And herein lies why I so don't love these. Oh my giddy aunt. Just. Now, I understand this is on the bottom. It's okay. So, wow. Okay. Okay, we're okay. Seriously. Okay, everybody. Deep breath. We can make it work. We can make it work. We can make it work. You guys almost heard me cry there. Just saying. hope this side fits, because I think this is the side that... Okay, yeah. This is how I am when I do these. To confidently just be like, bing, bang, boom, this is how it's done. Yeah, that's not how I am. So I'm sorry, guys, but... That is just not... I am in panic mode whenever I do these kinds of things because, like I said, you get one shot. And I get doing something and I don't always remember exactly, oh yeah, that's right. You forgot this or you forgot that. Now, I think if I had I put one extra row on one side. If I had just stuck with the 6 rows instead of doing 7 to be safe, you know, that's when I get myself in trouble, I guess, trying to overcompensate. But then that whole self-doubt thing of, if it's one short, this was your only chance to put that in. It all stems from that. Is this the right lid with it? Is this the right? It gets daunting. Yep, it's gonna pull right over. Looks like it's actually pretty dang perfect in a certain respect. We're gonna start on the seam and pray that it's thin enough and we can shim it in by the time we get around the top of this. Because I do kind of feel like this is the end that didn't get all the way in. All right, I am kind of skipping around here. I don't want to get to the middle and have some kind of weird in the front and have a weird lump in the front. It's very interesting how pulling this over and gluing it adds even more structure. From what I understand, this is not this whole folding over, and I don't think this is what they do when they do the metal. Flashing. I don't think they, I don't know how they do it, so I'm not gonna say, but I don't. If they're only putting a few pieces of duct tape on it, they definitely aren't using glue on it in that respect. Huh. Especially not this kind of glue. Pulling it over, pulling it over. Everything looks nice and reminds me of the Yahtzee dice thing. Oh, I'm probably dating myself there, aren't I? Child of the 80s, 70s, teenager in the 80s. Yeah, do you see what I'm doing? I'm like bending it in, praying. Oh, glue little stringies from my fingers on the glue. Okay. I think I need to clean my glue gun or get a new one because it's been doing that a lot lately. A lot more strings. Boy, that looks pretty nice. That lid. Okay. Get out of there. Oh my gosh. Look at that. Woohoo. Look at how nice that fits. Oh my goodness. Probably should have finished gluing that before I tested it, huh? Okay. All right. Wow. That's a lot of glue stringers. All right, we'll have to tape that off later. And we're done. No, I'm just kidding. Okay. Oh my gosh. Okay, I'll stop. Okay. And I compressed that pretty good. You can tell where all of the things were starting to relax a little. Oh, goodness. Okay. Now, what's next? Bam, that's what's next. Bottom. So we need to see if this is a little small. Okay. And I don't know that it needs to be like right in between those two. So we're going to do this one. And then I will make it bigger. Okay. Sorry, I'm fussing with the top of it. All right. My templates end up with a lot of notes for to-do things on them. Okay. Could you tell how much I was panicked about that? Or did I hide it really well? I doubt that I hid it really well. hold on a second. Okay, little puff. There we go. Everybody isn't so compressed. All right, now I can turn off my iron because it's making my lights dim. Hold on. There. Okay. I'd love to think, oh, it's some spirit making my lights go on and off. Now it's my iron. Now the reason I went just this little bit bigger, pretty obvious reasons, because it didn't fit well. And that's because I made those little warp lines because I had the knife too deep inside, and it is 1/4 inch, but also because I'm making it bigger because of I tried to save as much of that design at the bottom, and so I want to make sure that it's not hiding anything. Okay. Ooh, I just cannot tell you how happy I am that this fits so snug in the top of this, because nothing makes me more nuts than seeing a gap there because there's not enough stitches or whatever. Yeah, okay. I was just making sure that was actually centered. Okay. Now, I'm going to come in and I'm going to bevel it some on the bottom so that when I pull that fabric up, it's not too snug, but just a little. I didn't really do it as much as I normally would at such a, you know, severe angle. All right, let's see. Boy, that's snug. That is not going to allow for my material to go in. Too snug. But you see, I have to have it come right to this edge because otherwise I'm not going to cover that little bit of white. So I'm gonna knock that edge down. Really, I'm just mashing the heck out of it, aren't I? Sounded like a bubble car outside. Little clown car going by to the beach. No, I am gonna have to do it. I have to knock that down a little. Okay, hold on. Pretty close. I don't know. No, I'm gonna have to take it right down to that line. Because this ultra suede is quite thick, and I guess we will just figure it out if we have to cover some mechanics, huh? All else fails, we punt. Make it work moment. Okay. Now, for this one, I am using interface on it. That's what reminded me we should just go ahead and make sure none of these are permanently smudged, because little weird things happen. One last check. Yep. Okay. None of my cuts go any lower than there. Trying to keep the glue up here on top so I'm not dragging my curved needle through it in a few minutes. It'll fight through the bottom edge more than likely, but I'm a sticky glue mess. Ugh. Okay. Okay. Schmutz on my nails. See? Well, guess what? You get to watch the magic of ultra suede. Oh my giddy aunt. I have like no. What happened to all my decent pins? Wow. Okay. So I'm taking this off because I don't want to mar up the needle point. So what you do is I'm going to go around and I'm going to put my needle pin in like this and literally roll it and pin it. It'll work. It will. Good heavens, I hope it will. See, that fine line of it's going to stick up too far. To not enough. You know, I might just be throwing a second thing of ultra suede on it if it's going to behave like this. Goldilocks, you robbed me. Just right. Meh. It's like just. Okay. I'm not dealing with this. Nope, nope, nope. Sorry. my tools get in too close and it's making me a little nuts. Almost sponged. There we go. The glue onto the front because I'm mad, and so I am angry gluing at the moment. Oh, I was way off center for being the opposite side, wasn't I? Well, if nothing else, this shows you that it doesn't matter who you are. There's always some weird foible that can happen. Just finish the darts, Kelly. I end up stopping and gluing because I get sick of darts. Okay. Hey, yeah. Okay. Schnippelits. putting as many glue trailers on from my fingers as I'm taking off. Okay, this is kind of there. Gonna make sure it's all the same height because it's kind of popping up a little bit. Usually try to dull needle. You need to roll under. I think it's time for another Goo Gone session. Okay. I think I need to push you down in a tiny bit more. And yeah. Okay. Let's see. It all look about the same. Yeah, it all looks about the same. Yeah. Okay. And hand sewing time. There's a piece of leather inside of here for anybody that might not know. All right. Start right at the back. Okay. Okay, give me a second because this is out of focus because I'm at a new level. Okay. Back at it. Really hope that all wasn't so out of focus that it was miserable for you. My apologies if it was. So now we're going to, what's on that side? Turn the autofocus off because I'm trying to, when I see somebody else's zoom in, out, oh, it makes me crazy. So I try to get it to focus on a mid area and it doesn't always work. So that ultra suede stretches, it pulls right down, absorbs any of those little lines where waste canvas we're trying to hide. And the needlepoint gets pulled in just by how the thread is running behind it. So you can pull all of those spots in. Probably could have done it with the other one without adding the extra material, but it might have been too much of a battle. Too long of a stitch right there. Too long. I can see that. Go back and correct it. Should go straight down. Do yourself the favor. Take the time, fix it then, because it'll make you crazy if this is something for yourself. It'll make you crazy seeing something that you don't want to see. I know that there are plenty of times where people missed a stitch, it made it through the finishing and everything, and now all you can see is that error. Doesn't mean something has to be perfect. No. But if you know that it's going to make you crazy seeing it, definitely take the second and go back. Took all that time to stitch the piece. Give yourself ample time to finish it. And if you are finishing it for somebody else, take the time and go back and fix it. You can also, no, it's not rolling quite the way I want it to roll. Come on, behave. Ooh. Okay. I need to see if I can fix that or if I have to. No, it's okay. Retuck. Oh, it's caught on my hand, excuse me. Okay, excuse me while I readjust. A hard time grabbing. Keep grabbing a piece of fiber. Come on, which one is it? Wrong way. And not. The bottom is done. Are we done yet? No! Stop asking. You still have to line it. Okay, hold on a second. All right, back at it. Lining. This is not the average way I would line anything except the Limoges box. Now we had plenty of room for our lining in our gap, which was thrilling me. But we aren't going to get overly confident about it. No. Okay. Sorry. So we have a decent amount of space. Now, what I'm going to do for this lining is similar to what I do for all. But the difference is that we have, again, we have this inner lip, okay? It's probably about 1/32 deep that we get to hide the top of it in. On the ones that come with this, on the metal ring tops that come with the Hermes, the Kate Dickersons, they don't have that. So you have to make sure that it stays right against this. Some of them aren't as deep either, so you have to pick a fabric that is not going to be so bulky at the top that it comes out beyond your little edge that's on these. Okay, this one will kind of hold some in, whereas with the other ones, they won't. You have to make sure that it's going to cover. So typically what I do is I make the lining and then I will sew it to the top edge to make sure that it doesn't pull away. It's how it typically has to be. So this is what we're going to do to figure out the size of our lining. And ta-da! We're back to our piece of cardstock. Okay. Now we're going to be doing something with this. You do not put interfacing on this fabric. And it's because I'm going to use I am going to use the spray glue on it. I thought I was going to have to cut the top flat, and because I didn't think I was going to have the kind of room in there that I do. But I'm actually going to see how thick it is when we take it over like this and see if I can fit it into what we have left for the scudder to fit down in here. If it doesn't work, then we're gonna have to basically unfold the fabric and cut it right at the top. So this again, we're improvising in this. So first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna figure out how big this needs to be. If you don't want to do it this way, then you're just basically going to fold your fabric over like this. You're going to press it. You're going to dart it. The press will not stay in ultra suede typically, especially this good stuff that's really thick. Don't press it on that side because it is going to, and you're going to have to lay a pressing cloth over the top of it to press this because the texture of it, you can't run your iron along it. You got to kind of tamp it down. You want to make sure that you have that nice and straight. But I'm going to show you this. We're going to try it this way first. And if it doesn't work, I want you to see that it didn't work. Okay? I think I just bent that a little in the center of that. So, and again, it all depends on the piece, on whether or not I can do it like this and pull it off. And this will not work on all fabrics because it just won't. The glue you might see it through it, you might okay. So we want to make sure to not get any of the darts that are at the bottom caught, because I want to know how deep. Humbug. Okay, taking it back out again. Curling it back up. Back in, and now let it unfurl. Okay. Yep. 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 And what I'm doing is I'm pushing the bottom out so that if the bottom flares a little bit for whatever reason, we know that that's what it does. Okay. Because it completely could. All right. So Can you see that? Okay. I'm going to take this. I'm going to go like that. And then I want this to be my back line. Right. So when it pops open like that, this is my lining. And see, it's not, it is at an angle because the bottom I have pushed out and went down into the, you know what I didn't do? Jeez, of course. The other thing we have to look at while it's down here, if we can get it, it's got to sit completely. Again, I don't want it on those little white darts on the sides. I want it to be touching the bottom, right? And I still got it on this side. Dang nation. So I need to take off at least that much. I don't mind if it's a little bit shorter than it needs to be, because that bottom piece is going to be pushed down in the center by an inside piece that pushes those sides down nice and tight. Okay, so there's my line that way, here's my line this way. I gotta clear a few things out of the way so I can bring my ruler up here. And for any of you who do professionally finish, stop laughing at me. Alright, so this is how long it was to the exact amount. I am going to go over it. I'm going to make it straight even though it's uneven. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to cut it. Okay. Now, so this is our seam that comes around like this. And I am going to bring that at an angle. Okay. I don't have to worry about this pencil line that I put on it because I am not, I do not have see-through material. So I'm okay with that. Okay. This. What's the point of me doing that? Okay. And now I am going to go down and spray this side. And since it's already kind of got the curve. And then I'm going to come up and put it on just like that. I will be right back because I got to spray it outside because it stinks. But before I go and do that, I thought of it on the way down the stairs. I have to cut off so it doesn't stick out the top. Okay, we're going to bring it up. So there's my line there. I'm going to take off 1/4 of an inch. Okay, now I glue. Okay, smelly spray glue is on. Let me tell you something. Cape Cod is windy. And wind is annoying when you're trying not to get it all over yourself. And the little bits just fly everywhere, and it is extremely annoying. Okay. So, this fabric shows everything. It's like having a black dog and white pants on. All right. Now, this is the end that will tuck behind the main end. So I'm going to, this is exactly what I would do if I didn't use this piece. I would be folding this over and pressing it down and making this the lead edge for my lining. Okay? I don't want you to think that this is, that you have to use ultrasuede, or that you can't use this, or you really don't want to do this. How, she didn't show us. No, 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 no. This is exactly how I would do it. It would be a piece of fusible interfacing on here. I would even just trace this piece out on here so I knew very lightly, mechanical pencil, or just fold it over, iron it, fold it over, iron it with this right in it. Then take it out. But I'm just concerned because of how this one is having that extra inside edge that I'm going to need the support for this if it's too thick by folding this over like this. Okay? It's a reality. It's something I have had some very not nice words. This end, you don't turn, you just leave it flat out. Okay? This edge, I don't dart. And I had a piece. Okay, this is the piece we cut off, and this is the piece that's that high, right? So now that I know there's a 1/4 inch off of it, I want to see how deep that's going to drop in, and here's why. Because we are going to be making darts across the bottom, and I don't want to cut the darts too high. Again, you'll see it all, my reasoning, in a minute. Okay, so I can actually come right up next to the cardstock. Okay, good, 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 good. It's very good. Now, all right, this is my lead edge. And Okay. And I need to dart there. Did I do this right? See, I question myself all the time. I did. So this little end is going to slide behind this straight end. Hold on. Okay. Take a big glue. And pull that over nice and clean and nice and flat as possible. Now, I don't know how much this will really affect what I'm doing, but I feel like when you're doing an edge, if I don't dart it and I get it glued over, I will regret it if it puckers and is stupid. And we want to kind of do skinny skinny because it's a pretty tight circle in this. So what gives you your shape, most of the time is the bottom and obviously that top ring. That's what gives it that lovely perfect circle. Now I'm not saying that my back seam by hand sewing it was bad, because it wasn't. But I definitely prefer fitting it, the inside mat, board, and everything. You're able to get it a little bit tighter, and it just has a nicer seam on the back. And I mean, you guys know me. Do not like turning things right way if I can help it. But there are cases to be made for certain things, and this is one of them. Okay. Now let's try to keep this as thin as possible. Like I said, I don't believe that the other people, that use the metal do it this way. But because I don't know for sure, I'm not going to say, well, this is how. No, I don't do absolutes that way, because what makes sense to me might not make sense to you. What my engineering may really not make any sense to anybody. For as simplified as I sometimes feel I can try to be, my children say that I really over-explain way too much and stop giving options, and yeah. So, but I believe in lots of options because, like I just said, just because it makes sense to me doesn't mean it'll make sense to you. The other issue that can affect the lids are the seams at the back, as far as the thickness issue. This is why I have this just disappear behind the other piece. Gosh, I hope I did not muck it up with the way I just folded it, but I think I'm okay. And I can't pull it off to look and make sure we'll know soon enough, and we'll be redoing it if I did screw up. Now, what we do next, yeah, look how nice nice and smooth. You can't really see it because it's not great. It's absorbing all the light, but it's very, very nice and smooth. Now, what we're doing down here is we are going to dart the bottom, but we're not bringing it up this way. Why we are darting it is so when it gets to the bottom, we can make everything go inward. So when we put this piece down in, there isn't white below it, and if our circle isn't perfect in the bottom, you won't be able to see any white edges. That brown material will be around the bottom so that it will hide if the circle shape at the bottom. That, you know, because we have to make it smaller to fit down in there, right? Right. I am right on that one. Every once in a while I have to look over at my camera settings, make sure it's actually recording. Okay. All right. To try to, you're gonna hear me be not happy for a few minutes as I try to get these to all behave. Again, I would press them the wrong way so that as they go down, they actually do what I want them to do. All right, where's my back? Let's see, we can see that they're not all, well, it's so hard with, with this. And of course, doll needle. Okay. Come on. There. Sort of. Okay, they gotta go down. Has to go down more. Okay. Kind of bear with me for a second as I try to unfurl. Oh. Hold on. Do I have my clay tools? Oh, you beauty. Look at that. Nope, that is totally up under that. Urgh. All right. Okay. How am I going to do this? So much easier said than done. Oh, and I see another problem. All of those little, some of those white darts from the bottom are on the wrong side. They're catching on that edge. All right. There. There. Okay. Come on. Let's get settled in here. Now. There. Yeah. Okay. See this? That's really, really thick. I don't know that that's going to fit. That is super thick. So I have almost too much board there. So what I'm doing there is I am pushing the cardstock. I'm rolling it with my nail, but I really should roll it with this. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I want it to be as much with the back seam even as possible. Going to take a pin, one that is not hopefully totally slathered in glue. All right. There we go. Just kind of keep pushing that out. Pushing that to the edge. be so much simpler if I hadn't turned that fabric under. So much simpler. Okay. What I'm doing now is I'm kind of pulling this, pushing in this lip, okay? And I'm going to give it just a little pin there. Because if you see, this is kind of a way. I keep pulling this over like this, and I'm working that edge to angle it in. Again, I don't know. It could be too thick. Could be. It's just going to be too thick to fit in there. Okay. Especially there. All right. Just now, we're not going to see this white. We don't really care about that. What we care about is this. Is that this is going to be nice and tight and fit in there. Okay. What I want to do, if I can, take this like that. I'm trying to get this pin in there straight versus at that forward angle because I want to hold this tight here. And I'm going to do the same with a different one because I just got glue on that. Okay. I'm going to hold that like that. And it's not holding it at all. At all. Okay. Pushing, pressing, pressing, pressing. Ooh, I can feel my pin. Is that a pin? Oh no, just scudge. Oh, I unplugged my iron. Okay. Now, that is not the exact center anymore. It's shifted a little apprehensive to try to shift it back. All right, what I think I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to test it. I was going to try to kind of steam this. I think what I really need to do is just put the top on and see if it'll fit. And if it does, I'm not taking it off. Forget the glue. No, I'm just kidding. Come on, come on, come on. What's not getting on here? Come on. Come on, come on. There. Oh my giddy aunt. It's in. It's in, it's in, it's in. All right. So, just so you know, wow. Yeah. The Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm in a little bit of state of shock. So, sorry, but I am. So, I'm looking. Okay, everybody looks like where's my long tool? Okay, everybody's up. So, if you were doing this, I almost don't want to take it off. Without the one with the rim, okay? What you're going to do is you're going to do a little whip stitch around the top to make sure that it stays back, because you don't want somebody to handle it and have it pop in, or the glue should take care of that. But I never take a chance with those other ones and my lining. I always sew the top of the lining in. Okay, I am actually going to put a stitch in right there, I think. Okay. I know. I'm moving it. But do you know why I'm moving it? Because I'm annoyingly compulsive and I want that interior seam and the back seam to match. Just call it OCD, call it whatever you want, but that is why I'm doing it. And I mean, you can't, that is one smooth interior. Okay. I am going to again cannot pick up this pin. Take that pin, put it there. Okay. Because now we have to do the interior base. Now, yeah. Do yourself a favor. Okay? And you'll see why. All right. Too big. Where's my other one? Under my ruler. Yeah, as I told you, I put stuff on those all the time. Too big. So, yeah. I think if we use the inside of this, it'll fit. Stop that. Okay, how many of you have guessed why I have a string there? If you guessed so that I can drop this down in and pop it back out without making myself crazy, you guessed right. How do I know this trick? I made myself crazy too many times. That's how. Okay. It's too small. Yeah, and I don't care what I just said, that it's too small. I am sending it down with the string under at least part of it. Yeah. So, yeah. Too big, too small, just right, right? Ugh. Why do I not have that template that goes in between? Makes no sense. And I want it to be relatively snug. I don't want it, even though we're going to put a little bit of glue in the bottom to just in case it, unless it is so snug when I go to put it in that I know it will never come out. I always do the just in case dollop of glue in the bottom. Well, even though there are a few tenuous moments, there was a lot less swearing with this one than there has been in the past. I think they are a beautiful item, and I really now like the process much better than the way that I used to do them by sewing the back. Definitely like that better. But I believe this will be my last round one. I have one more rectangle to do, and I shall do them no more. Okay. And yes, I bevel it. Of course I bevel it. Are you kidding? Don't be silly. Okay. the string. Actually, I've used a piece of ribbon before. Works a little better than the skinny string, but this is what I had nearby. And I like to do the front side in first. Oh, cheese and crust, stop that. See, it's like trying to trick me and not let my string descend with it. All right, I'm not going to worry about, no, it's too tight. Nope, nope, nope. Oh, again, we have this issue. How skinny did it? Boy, I got really out of control with how far away it was, huh? Yeah, try again. That's going to be a big old oval in the bottom. All right. Okay. Yep, that'll go. Okay. I have to go grab another piece of suede. Use my extra piece, or my piece for the bottom, when I did the bottom. All right. Okay. Yay, more darts! Woo! Ooh, it's an exciting part! Yay! No. Yeah. Oh, no, 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 no. Back down there. Okay, I want to take a second because I want to take no, I guess I won't. I was gonna run a bead of glue on the underside of this edge, but I don't think I will. And some of you are probably going, you should have done it. Now, back to what I was doing. Okay. Now, what I think I'm gonna do, no, do it the way I always do it. Looks like a cookie. Oh, great. Now I want cookies. All right. To wipe all the snot off of this glue. It's always a risk because you don't need any stringers hitting the sides. So I'm going to let the glue kind of I'm going to wipe the little snot off on there. Got it. Stupid stringers. I can still see you. Okay. Just in case. Seriously, now I want cookies. What the heck? Clean off my blade. Okay. Crowning glory moment. Tell you what, if the volume was off on this the whole time, I will cry. Stay. Okay. So you don't want to overglue the nice, especially since you only have so much of a well. When you're doing the other kind, you definitely do not, because you do not want to take any chances with it leaking out. Same here though. Last thing you want is to have it leaking out, and it can. So I'm trying not to add, just to kind of move it around, if that makes sense. Okay, taking that out. And I saw a little bit get up there. And I'm going to take a little fat needle here and just kind of Make sure no area is like super thick. And gushable. Move it around. Yeah, I think there's enough low spaces on there. We want to try to get it. I put everything on, lining's in, okay. Put this up. How did I just do this? Oh God. Sorry, it's very nerve-wracking. At least for me, maybe not for everybody else, but so I can see that. I want that. Getting a glare, so I'm having a hard time seeing. Come on, come on. What isn't letting it go on? There. That one little piece. Everybody else is happy. Snug as a bug. Okay. So what I used to do when I didn't have the clamps. Okay. Hold on a second. There we go. Okay. When I didn't have the clamps, I used to take a brick and set it on top. But now I have the clamps. So, time to clamp. Definitely not using that piece of foam core. Biggest, nope, not big enough. All right, hold on a second. I used my piece of foam core to put that glue boogered thing on it. Yep, that'll work. Glue boogered needle. And I'm not gonna even attempt to use something that we just couldn't do. That's what we'll do. Okay. There. Now, we're not going to smush on the top again, but we are going to put that on the bottom to keep it from scarring. Nice and flat, correct. And we're going to put this back. Come on. And I'm clicking on the release button instead of on the... Okay. You hold that side. And yeah, it's funny. I'm finally doing them in way that I feel is like really great. And I'm not going to do them anymore. You know, that's just how it is. You finally get a system down and you what? You got it. I don't know if you saw me before I let my hair grow out, but every gray hair I have on my head is probably from one of these. Actually, you are coming a little loose and bring you over here. Not really good. Oops. Way too far out. Alright. Sorry, but and I don't know if this is going to be in. I want to make sure that all these bottoms and tops are hitting the pressure where I want them. Oh. You are going to come across from you. Sorry if it's out of focus, guys, but that one's flat. That one is not flat. Need to come out just a little. Okay. And this one is whoop, boop, boop, boop. Flat, flat, flat. Okay. Okay. Why is that one taller than the rest? It's just because it's deeper out. Okay. Deeper in, whatever. Oh, it's a different style. Oh, okay. Whew. I was freaking out that it wasn't down all the way. These are the old version. See how much shorter how they're at different levels down here? I started to panic, but they made them a little different now. These are the new ones. These are the old ones. Freaking myself out big time. Thinking that they were uneven because of the lid not being down on it correctly. Okay, well, 24 hours, I'll be back to finish the video. Well, here we are the next morning, and we're going to take off the clamps. Okay, everything looks good. Yeah. Open that way up. Not that you can see in there. Trying to catch the light. There we go. That's a little better, sort of. Okay. And another key to making sure, yeah, it closes. Sometimes with the off-brand lids, they are a little bit thinner, and so when you put them all on, it can, what do I want to say, might not want to close as tight as you'd like it. I unsticky it a little because I don't want to lift this silken ivory nap. Excuse me. Vineyard silk, I think I said it was. Okay. Just gonna get all these little schnibblety bits off of here. Tamp it off on my own jeans because they don't have a lot of, I'm not gonna pre-fuzz it by doing it on denim. Okay, try to get all these little white tidbits that have kind of adhered themselves. Got plenty on the bottom too, geez. Okay. It's funny, you're putting these together and then all of a sudden it's like, oh, it's done. You know, you have all of these elements that have to come together to finally make it into this. And ta-da! It's done. So nice and smooth, nice and tight around the lid. Okay. Right, so our challenge with this one was that the lid that goes with this design had been substituted, but we were able to add a few rows, ultimately making it fit. You're going to have challenges with any of these that you do, whether it's this or just how the lining lays. or yeah, I'm trying to see if I've got any more little white bits down in there, but I can't reach it with that. Come on. Let's see. But you know, the one thing that we learn as finishers is that there's always going to be something. Now, you can kind of see a little bend. I don't know if you can see it. There's a little bit of a dimple here, and that's because of where these two, this seam, the folded over material is, I pushed my finger into it, and so it kind of creased a little bit there, but not horribly. I mean, it is very smooth. One of the things with, if you're using the poster board, cardstock for the lining, don't use fusible interfacing on the back of it. Number one, it's not needed. Number two, it'll make it pull away from that poster board. But if you don't use the poster board, you need to use it so that that material has the body to lay flat and not show off mechanics on the interior. This cardstock keeps it nice and straight, but when you're using a fabric that is more supple, you're going to see, you know, the potential for undulation on the inside because it's not up against a perfectly flat area is there. So what I'm going to do, because I thought about this last night, is I am going to do a little supplement right now of what the lining would look like and how you get it to look like what you want it to look like with material. So give me a second to tidy up so that I can pull everything together. Okay. All right, so this is a little on the fly. I just grabbed this material out of my bin. I can't use it on anything because it was overly creased for a long time. And when I went to iron it out, it just wasn't going to iron out. So I'm going to use this as my example piece because it's also very light. Let me pull that up a little bit so it's not quite so glare. It's so dark for the other piece that I had to turn the exposure up on my camera. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do is, and I'm using this previous, I want to kind of show you, so we measured it, you know, using this, right? And it was about that long. Okay. So we're going to use this as a guide. Okay. And it's going to be about this long. Now this material, because it has the, see, you can kind of see the imprint of the pencil. See that? So that's going to, we're going to iron this so you're not going to be able to see it, but be very careful when you're doing it on this side in case you did it too short this is the side that's going to get folded. Maybe don't make the mark on this end, or make it really light touch when you do it, so that when you put the lining in, just in case it's goes a little beyond that, you won't see it. Okay, and our length, this is my, pretty sure that's going to be shorter because I already have the, yeah, it's going to be a little bit shorter because I already have the base in it. But I want to do this part on it very lightly so that I know how far up I can dart. Okay, this is what you would do with that piece when I had it on the brown and I had it on there. I would still use that cardboard piece so that I am measuring correctly. This is probably why it's such a challenge for me. I hate formal measuring. For as much as you see me do it on the boxes and things like that, I'm a fly by the seat of my pants kind of measuring person. Of course, I got to keep turning my iron on and off. I use things like the pieces of cardboard, and because I'm so visual, and counting all of it out and making sure I've become much more adept at using rulers and dealing with all of that since I've had to do pillow inserts that I didn't do before, and the only way it made sense to me was to make sure it was so meticulously, or gusset pillows, ugh, just the meticulous. Okay, I gotta put a little steam on it. This interfacing tells you not to use steam, the fusible stuff that we use. It's the Form Flex or something like that. Okay, so we're gonna press down the top line, right? Okay, so then we can come back in and dart this. But while I'm here, we're gonna cut this. Now again, like I was saying before, your I am going to make a dart here at the end, even though I'm doing this kind of, like I said, on the fly. I haven't measured it, set it in, and made sure that everything is perfect. But there's a reason why I'm doing this, and you'll remember that little angle that I did on the previous one just for this reason. So you need to really keep this area thin, because like I said, not all of them, not all the lids have the double rim to slide it down into. So you have to make sure to keep those walls as thin as possible for seams. Otherwise, you'll be able to see too much of your fabric lining. It's not going to lay flat and hang nicely in there. But this really is the trick that I have used the whole time I've ever done them. I should still be able to show it to you on this because I haven't proper measured it. But this, I wanted to make sure to show this to you guys. You have to dart the top edge. All right, back to what I was doing here on this corner. Okay, I still have to press, so I can't get rid of that board yet. So because it already has this natural press line, right? We're going to be able to press this corner piece down very nicely. Okay. And again, you can't make this too deep, because if this folds over way too much, you can potentially see that at the top with a lid that doesn't have that extra rim. And you'll see that with some of those designs. All right, I'm going to finger press it and see how I did. Oh, I didn't get it quite straight. That's why it doesn't hurt to give it a little bit of a line so that the fabric will fold where you want it to. You can really see it. Okay. Bring this in. When you steam it like this, if it looks like your fusible interfacing is rippling, just press it with your fingers as it cools, and it's just because it gets it so hot, so much hotter than if you dry steam it. Okay, and I'm just going to, I want to press that enough that my darts, little bits, fuzzy bits that might be there from the fabric unraveling, isn't there. Press it with your finger. Try to get it as skinny as possible. Okay, and because I kept pulling this back, after we do darts, okay, dart scissors. Again, I'm doing my darts a little too far apart. I want to keep them a little skinnier so that this gives nicely. You don't want too thick of a piece of fabric here because you don't want to take the chance that it's going to not curve nicely on the interior, and you'll see that line, kind of like that little bend that I have at the top of the finished one, because it was actually glued to that. This is where the ultra suede is difficult, or a heavy satin that doesn't like to iron crisp. Okay. Yes, the emergencies that happen in the middle of videotaping. It wasn't an emergency. Oh, I forgot. Really? Okay. Now, the reason why I leave an extra bit of tail on these is if I commit to that line and then I go to put it around, now you have a double seam to cover, you folded it over, you have another whole line. Just leave it flat so that it does not have something to butt up against, that it has, you know, that you're going to make that wall thicker. You want to leave it as thin as possible. Okay. And you know, certain fabrics are not going to want to iron. If you have that ultra suede that I had, you want to have, if you want to try to press it, then what you do, because the ultra suede is going to catch on the bottom of your iron, it's going to compress and kind of and feel like it's melting. It's not. It's just trying to press down that nap. But if you want to do something like that, I'll show you quickly. After you fold it over like this, not only do you have to hold it, take a press cloth. It's just a piece of muslin or some cotton fabric that you have. Don't let it roll, right? Crank your steam up as high as possible and press over it. Now, I didn't want to do that I could have done it before I put the cardboard on. But you don't want to do it once the cardboard is there. So this would have helped us. And we're going to do the same thing to the bottom once we get there. Because you'll see, you'll remember how much I fought to get those little, I don't want my steam up as high as it was on there now. Okay, when we get to this end, you definitely want to put this in. Okay, we want to see how far off we are. Okay. All right. So I can tell right there that the dart that I put in for my final dart is going to, if I dog-eared this down, we'd be able to see. So I'm not even going to bother with that. I am going to see. Now, the marks that you're seeing on this are because this is not my typical pressing board that has a nice flat weave on it. This is my camera one. So don't be afraid that you're going to get this. You're going to press it on a regular, very smooth surface. So don't worry that that's going to happen when you do that. Okay. So I'm going to say, let's go to about there. And the reason why I'm showing you this is it's important because when they overlap, you want that little dog ear to go down so you can pull so just like on ours with the brown ultra suede, we want to be able to make sure that this can pull as close as possible to the needle point and be pinned in and sewn in. So if you make this go down, this lip can come over and be sewn to that needlepoint top edge, and you'll be able to get all of your edges to curve over and meet the needlepoint so that you're going to hide your lining. Okay? Okay. So then the last thing you will do is this. All right. We're going to dart it a couple times down here just to make sure it bends and everything where we want it to. All right. And then we're going to I'm going to keep these kind of extra long so that you can see them in the bottom when we do this next part. And so I really could have done this on the ultra suede and made my life easier if I just grabbed my press cloth beforehand, before I put the cardboard on and pressed these bottom ones in the opposite direction. That one's too wide. We want to make sure that these kind of all press down in nicely and we don't have any darts too high up so that they go like, you know, you can see any kind of white. We want it to hide anything, any of that base that isn't super tight against the wall. Okay, so now, and it probably would have been smarter to do that after I did this. You know, these are all things I think of, I just kind of normally would do when I'm not trying to do it on camera. Because it would have been much easier to do that with just one big piece and then dart it after. All right? Yes, Kelly, yes. I don't want it up too high. And you can see this kind of crimps the interfacing a little. I am going to come in and hit that to try to smooth it a little. Because I want that to just kind of disappear. I don't want to see little crinkly fabric, but this fabric does kind of do that. It's not as flexible. It's so thin, you know, it's just so thin that there's no way to, it just sometimes likes to have that crimping. Okay, so here we are, right? And we put it in. And see how you can see what it should do at the bottom? Oop. So then when you put this on, of course, then I did it wrong. It should be like that. We'll put the line right to the back like we were actually putting it in. And you just, wow, I came pretty close actually to hitting the top. So then you adjust it so that your line, your exterior seam is going to go where you want it to go. You might need to take a butter knife and get it all down in the way you want it, right? And you get it all set the way you want it, get it all rolled out to your outer edge, okay? And then pin it all down and then do a little whip stitch along the top to make sure that this all stays pulled to the edge, because like I said, not all of them are like the funda scully lids that have the well that's going to drop, you're going to drop it down into. This is also why you need to keep your lining as thin as possible. Now, the lining that I did with this would have stayed within the other lid, but I probably would have stitched the whole top around if I didn't have the lid type that had the well. So this is your alternate lining supplemental video. This is our completed piece. Okay. And I hope that you will find this helpful on deciding whether or not you want to give it a shot. All right, everyone. Good luck, and message me if you have any questions. Of course, I can't get my mouse to move.